Hello, 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 hello. So today we will indeed continuing once doing that indeed. The hunts in question today are the far-fetched hunt and the what I like to call the Glimwood hunt, which is of course for the only real teacup. That'll be case indeed. I don't know how many we will be able to get done today, as I said, because usually when I'm doing like double hunting overall, I'm in one game gonna be doing less encounters because I kind of need to pay attention to both games, and in both games I need to be getting encounters. So yeah, but I would be happy. I would usually like to say 600 checks. I'll be very happy with that indeed. And hopefully that'll be happening. Shall see. um, Maybe we'll be able to. It's just a little far fetched, but maybe we could be hitting the odds in Limwood. It is indeed quite far fetched, but anything is possible, so you never know. It's quite dark because I haven't touched either of the games since, 5 minutes. Let's check out the imp there first, and this stuffle. Today I did also changed it to be nighttime, so with the case, oh yeah, you can stay there, I guess. It's doing some other hunts, that's why. That dude is up there. It doesn't honestly matter at all. Of course, why would it be mattering? I was doing a hunt where there was a chance for explosion, so... Oh yeah, you're... I mean, that shouldn't be that big of a thing. You have the smoke ball, so... Pokemon with Frisk will be an annoyance. Thankfully there isn't like too many of them or anything like that. It's only... a few. Yo, let's also unplug though. And my Choigons... I did have my Choigons in charge this morning. Let's go ahead and run away. The usual thing that usually happens with me doing this kind of double hunt is that Klimwood will be waiting a while. That's why usually I have a shiny Pokemon in front there, so you know it doesn't feel in quotes as bad, you know. Usually makes up for the lost time. And like if you're thinking like that, I guess. Interesting indeed. Hopefully everything will be going okay today. I don't think there should be anything that could be going bad. Oh my god. Hello there. This early? Of course it's another indeed. It's not like I have enough of them. Looks like we're not gonna be hitting the odds in Klimwood today. Well then, that was certainly fast. I don't care. So many of you, I guess I could be throwing a quick ball. Nice critical capture. Illegal. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't care less. I'm not in a cave, but I'm in dark forest. Oh my god, another crit capture! Okay then. Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Gonna nickname you Speed, I guess. I don't know. We're very fast today, jeez. Speed has been thrown to the box. My third indeedy. And I guess since I'm here, I can switch up my things. I'm gonna say that you're gonna be naughty by nature. You're sassy? Are you sassy as well? Is either of the two sassies? No. Well, sure, I guess. I'm gonna be switching now, you Jair. Yeah, hello there. very fast one indeed today. Jeez. Oh yeah, you're a little low on HP. Well then, I'm gonna quickly... what is it? Go to my notepad. To write it down. What is going on? 107. Jeez. I'm just curious. Are you female as well? I think you were. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with you guys. Don't know what's going on there. I guess I will be putting that to 0 then. It was phase 29. I'll be quickly doing the 7 encounters in this game. So you know we have caught up. Honestly, it shouldn't be time for taking too long, but yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. Having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Apart from me being a little bit annoyed that there was construction work or whatever my thing's going on this morning. And the only way that I, by the way, seem to be having any luck in Sword and Shield is if I'm having, or anyways, I don't have luck in 1 in 4K hunts. That's just the truth. Also, I haven't saved. That would probably be a smart thing to do. Probably would be. I wouldn't itch. Because the thing was that I wasn't even expecting to be having anything yet, because I haven't even seen everything in a year. I'm pretty sure that I'm still missing like a few of the like more common ones, like Shinotic, hello, and Morgram maybe. There's quite a good amount of rare ones there, so like... Sure, I guess, game. 1 more encounter. Then I will be switching the switches and also restarting the program so I can hear things correctly. Anyways, yeah, it probably would be good to program so I could be able to hear anything. Slash see. Okay then. Jeez. It scared me. Let's not get anything in a while, please. Would like to, you know, be chill and hunt for a little while before I get anything else. uh... I mean, I wouldn't mind if we getting anything on the Farfetch'd hunt though. Or maybe Glimwood could be chilling a while. It is usually the case though that whenever I will be doing Glimwood that I would be getting, for whatever reason, face every single time. I don't know why and how. It's broken. I know that, you know, it is a shiny charm file, but still. Jeez. It still doesn't make sense that that's my third 5% Pokemon. Well, then again, I do be loving those rare things. Always finding them. Somehow. Oh, Farfetch'd. I'm pretty sure that that's the first Morgram that I've seen today. I don't know why and how it is possible that it's this late. Almost 20 encounters in the first Morgram. No, they should be fairly common. Anyways, I guess the cold tactics bring me luck there then. And I guess the good thing now, the Frisk is not going to be a thing anymore. I mean, I could be just taking, like, getting rid of the item there, but... I might just switch the Pokemon. Easier to do, the menu for that. Anyways. Funny things, funny things. How to see them. I probably should be, because I don't do it every single time, like, add to my, like, overall for EEST. The numbers there. I probably should be doing each soon again. Because I could be bothered to do it, you know, in the middle of the stream, because, you know, I want to just continue hunting. And then I tend to forget to do it afterwards. I mean, I know an easy way to do it would be that if I would be having like an Excel sheet of it or something like that, that would be automatically counting them, but then I would need to remember to open it up, and it's a little too much work. But yeah, I don't also know like what is my luck recently in actually Glimwood with normal psychic types. Psychic normal types or whatever they are. Whichever way they are. But also they are so mean, they are not gonna be captured. And yeah, I can't be bothered in one ball. Like, indeed is caught it because it's my third one. I don't care. And also, they are so annoying to capture for me. I don't know what it is about them. The first or a Guru, they take like 20 Pokeballs. It was ridiculous. It's not like that is like that hard to capture anyways, and it's not like I don't have the catching charm. Pretty sure I would be having it in there as well. Because I'm assuming that you'll be getting it from the same guy that you get the shiny charm in. Or at least in the same building. I usually am messing up who I need to talk to. I have the catching charm. It's not like I haven't exited that forest in a while anyways. I'm honestly so thankful that tomorrow is Saturday. Because then I know that there shouldn't be any work done tomorrow. I don't need to wake up in the morning for someone to be drilling the walls. Because honestly, I'm kind of thinking that that is why I've been feeling down lately. Because I just couldn't be sleeping well. been woken by some work done. I still don't know who is doing what and where. And also why still they don't do like a full day of work. They only do from like 10 AM to around this time. So like it is like 3 to 4 hours. They would be doing like a full day. I would like to say that they would be able to get it done in a few days. I don't know. I'm just hoping that it's not gonna be going on for like too many more weeks. Like if it goes on for next week as well, I'm fine with it, but if it's gonna be going on for a little bit longer than that, then it's like, why? It's not like they haven't done like previously, like from like 9 AM to 4 PM, like working. They usually don't start at 8, even though they could. But you know, they like to be giving people at least a little bit more time to sleep, I guess. Because I remember when there was renovations going on the apartment, like downstairs, like the very bottom floor. It was like indeed like full days of work, or like I would like to say like 2 to 3 weeks. And like, because we didn't know about it, like we were fine with it, because with this one there's been no like information given beforehand. There's been some issues with the what is it? Like with the pipes or whatever my things, like no sewage things. But you know, that's quite normal at this time of year, because you know, things get cold and there might not be heat going on yet and stuff. Or there might be a blockage. There might be a blockage as well. So like, nothing new on that, but this indeed just quite interesting how things sometimes work. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Also, one cool thing happened last night. You know, since there is in Pokemon Go the Fashion Week going on, I'm pretty sure that that was my first ever like event shiny, like there's some sort of like costume event going on, you know. It was a shiny Diglett. Quite a cool little fella there. It's cool. Chopad. That's quite nice indeed. Quite cool indeed. Also, I will still say that it has been so long since I have been seeing Morgram, the big blue. Even though I probably will be jinxing with that, but you know, it has been a while. I mean, you know, unless I'll be getting too many like common things for quite some time, which is certainly interesting. Then again, that's the thing, why to get common things sometimes? Just get the rare things. It's fun that way. It is in some games easier to say like which are rare and which are not. Of course. Even if like they would be having like encounter tables per route. It's still easier to say some for something than others, because for example in Sword and Shield, that's the like there is the issue of everyone being the same level. So you can't really be saying like if you're doing random encounters that easily, in my opinion. Because for me it's easier to be saying if you can do like a repel trick. But still, you know, it is the levels that it is. There's nothing that can really be done for each. Really nothing be done for it indeed. Just thinking. Of course, it depends how much hunting I will be doing next week. I'm just wondering how close to the odds I would be able to get in the Farfetch'd. I think quite close, if not even like hitting it. I would like to say that. Also, one thing that is like quite interesting to think about that in Gen 7 there was quite a good amount of like pink Pokemon that when they turn to be shiny to be yellow. There's at least two. Like, you do different lines. And of course, like, there is always gonna be like something like similar like that in shinies, but it's honestly weird that it doesn't really get picked up, but for like, you know, the first few generations, which I will say, at least in the beginning, there was the problem that there wasn't, you know, really color options because, you know, limited color pool. So, yeah. And, you know, they definitely could have changed them as well. I'm not saying that, but still, like, it is still a thing, though. The thing is still might be, like, very similar how they do be looking shiny-wise. Know why that choice one is going twice. Very interesting. Interesting indeed. Oh. I had an ability there popping up. So that's why I was in the attack menu instead. Yeah. I'm just indeed interested in to see what's the things that we're gonna be seeing today a lot in Glenwood. So I always have found it weird. I was just about to be talking about you, Indeedy, that I see Indeedy, like, in my opinion, too much. Because Oranguru slash Pashimian is a 9%, I'm pretty sure. Because they like are the one that like gives the 1% for authentic Sinisty, which I find a little bit weird that it's not Sinisty itself, but anyways. But yeah, I don't tend to see them too much. Because that I find it a little weird. Because, you know, I technically should be seeing quite a good amount of them more than I do. But luck is luck. Luck is luck, whether you like it or not. Also, I never did check out the things with Mr. Mime and the dance bars. Supposed to be checking out what is their sparkle such. This should be stars. Cause you know the ace. Very nicely timed there, buddy. Quite nicely timed there, buddy, indeed. I was making bread like an hour ago to, you know, eat before I stream. I was like, we partied on Monday? Not too long time ago, I'm pretty sure it was this week. Anyways. And it is that kind of bread that, you know, it is an annoyance to like, you know, tear apart. Was already like that on Monday, but today, oh god, it was so much worse. The thing that I ended up doing is to put them into the microwave for a moment to, you know, soften them up for a little bit. And it helped. But was still quite a pain. Still quite a pain though. At least I was able to, like, you know, separate the two pieces. And that was the main thing. That bread is nice, but indeed the problem is that even though I did like package it correctly, like the way that it was in store, that is what I say that is the correct way. It still did like end up so dry so quickly. And I know that that is the kind of bread that is like dry to begin with anyways. And as I said, I don't mind to eat them every once in a while. That was a small package. So like, it's not like there is too much left of it anyways anymore. But yeah, it was annoying. Yeah, the problem with, like, I guess the hard bread kind is that it usually dries so quickly. And if it's indeed the kind that I need to be separating the pieces from, it's gonna be causing some issues. But hey, I did manage to get it and I didn't manage to eat it as well, so no big deal because of that. No big deal at all. It just annoys me so much whenever, you know, we're buying bread, to try and find like a small package. Because we don't eat bread too much. But also find like good, like they're not gonna be going bad the next day, you know. It is hard and it is annoying. Surely we are probably quite good at going to the stores every single time that they are gonna be getting like a new like new bread like tomorrow. So like they're always like the ones that like go bad in few days. It's such an annoyance. But yeah, I don't, the other thing is that I like to like try new things out as well, so try to get some new things. Indeed. Oh. That's gonna be running away from you. Okay, oh, you and hope that I will be able to catch a new one. And I will say at least the Farfetch'd is showing up, so I'm glad about that. I'm very glad about it that it at least is showing up. Because, you know, there has been the cases that even though it's only 5%, it just doesn't show up, like, in the first 100, you know, almost at all. It's definitely been there, even though it has been only, like, one at a time, but it's still there. It is indeed still there. I will say one thing that I do be liking about shiny hunting in general is that in most cases there isn't like a time, there isn't like timed things that you can only do this between this and this day, you know. There might be the thing that you might be only be able to activate certain things, like in PDSP, in a small time. But like after that you can like, you know, hunt it whenever. And I'm very glad with the PDSP that you can hunt Arceus even like the Arceus one, it wasn't timed. I'm very glad about it. Of course it is a task that you need to be playing through another game completely. But, you know, it's still not timed one, so it's nice, if you ask me. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't be able to do it in time period. But still, it's very nice that, you know, You can't do that. Is it still a little bit of a shame that it's the only way to hunt a legitimate one? Yes, it is. For me, not because I don't like PDSP, as I said, I don't mind the games personally. But the problem is that loading times on Switch, they are indeed worse in PDSP, but it's still that it's, you know, soft reset. I'm so glad that Shaven can be done with Runaways. I would kind of wish that the other two would be having, at least Arceus would be having that possibility. But then again, you know, there is a big, there's a big like scene playing before you encounter it and such, so it like makes sense. But yeah, I would wish indeed. And at some point I will be getting into those hunts for sure. Random one? Yes. It is still weird for me that from your line I only have 2 of the full evil ones. One from Dynamax Adventures and one from Random One. Want to be a random one indeed. You like that indeed. Oh. We'll fix the encounters for the next one, aka I'm not gonna be increasing the far-fetched one. Easy fix indeed. Yeah, funny thing happened last night. One of our controllers was, you know, acting up because of age. So, you know, we decided to open it up. And I was very helpful at cleaning things. But the unfortunate reality is that it's just so broken that, you know, it works for now. But, you know, getting a new one is definitely a good thing. It is indeed. But, you know, it is like 2 years old soon. So, like, with like almost everyday usage, it's quite good. The unfortunate part is that for whatever reason, like, if you want to buy a brand new, like, controller for anything, it's ridiculously expensive. I understand it, but at the same time, like, why is it so expensive? Like, actually, why? It's such an unfortunate thing. As I said, I understand that they are expensive, but still. That's not nice. Not nice indeed. Well, yeah, it was indeed quite interesting to go 2 in the morning to buy some glue. But you know, it was a good thing that we did because we were out anyway, so would have been good to buy it anyways. But you always gotta think, what do you know? The dudes at the store are thinking. Going into the store indeed 2 in the morning and people are applying super clear of all things. What a you know, sometimes you just need it, you know, then right then and there, you know. I'm still so glad that there is 24/7 stores. It's so nice. And like, it's not like it's just like small stores or 24/7. Funnily enough, most of them are big in here that are open 24/7. So, you know, you can get like glue and stuff like that. It's very nice because it's indeed, in my opinion, it's very unfortunate that you know, there is some stores that you can't really go in during the week if you have like, you know, work because either by the time that you come back home and have been eating something, the store is closed or about to be closing. So then you can't really buy anything. And that's why in those kinds of stores in the weekends there is so many people in them. Because it's the only time that they have a time to be there. You know, it's just very unfortunate. And then again, I understand it, but still, I know that sometimes it would be for like some places that are like smaller ones to be open for more like few more hours. And then there's like some of the bigger ones that also like they should be able to be opened. Like they should be able to be open like until 8 p.m. And I don't think that that's like too much to ask for. Could be that I'm fairly used to it, but still, you know. Still. But yeah. At least I will say one thing, that things aren't as bad as, you know, back in when I was younger. You know. Because I remember that it was the thing that most stores did close indeed, like on weekdays at 6 p.m. So again, like, how are you supposed to be able to be going there before, like, because of your work, you know? And then on the weekends, they might not be opened at all. Or they would be closing on like 4 p.m. So like, yeah, I'm very glad that it's more of a thing of nowadays to be not be able to shop anywhere at any time, but you know, grocery stores are open 24/7 in bigger places. Yes, that is indeed a thing that I personally like a lot. I do be. Oh, where's there? Are to be seeing them behind the tree? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of interested in hunting the Munchlax down in this game. That is, you know, inside the tree. I think that could be quite cool. It's only a 10% and it's not like you can any like boost into it any way, shape or form. But I mean, that is, in my opinion, a Munchlax hunt from a tree that is, you know, reasonable. Because, you know, there is the problem of, you know, the Shino honey trees that, need to be waiting, and then you would need to also figure out your trees as well. I mean, I'm not gonna be saying that I'm not gonna be doing that at some point. But at the same time, I think it's cooler that you can indeed be doing a hunt for the to be doing a hunt in there indeed without figuring out the right tree, you know. As I said, it's not too bad of a thing. Also, do I wish that it would be never returning? Yes. Even though there has been like similar situations before, it's still not as bad, you know. Like, even though like in Legends Arceus there is specific trees that only like certain Pokemons can be showing in, but it's, you know, guaranteed to be that Pokemon, so like it's kind of a similar thing, but it's not as bad. Not nearly as bad indeed. Which is indeed quite nice. I like that the Sword and Shield trees work always in areas like, for example, on routes. If there is like specific Pokemon that can be appearing from trees, they are always gonna be available in there, but of course, like, some have better chances than others. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. Because it's still, you know, a random chance. And the nice thing is as well that you don't need to be waiting, you know, 6 hours and then it's like locked for one Pokemon. Of course it's a good one if you really want to be looking for something very specific, but yeah, no thank you for me. I don't mind the mechanic and I have used it myself. I've been trying to shiny hunting them, haven't really been getting anything and haven't really done it too much either. But for one thing, for the... Is it Brilliant Diamond? No, I think it's Shining Pearl. I have one Shining Pearl that I wanted to do with fighting only. And it's definitely not the fault of the game giving me a shiny matchup. That couldn't be the... That couldn't be, you know, why. That couldn't be the reason, never. Yeah, that is indeed one of the only ones that I have really used the honey trees for anything. There is thankfully only a few that are exclusive to the honey trees. Indeed, so unfortunately the one that I wanted to use was exclusive to them. Unfortunately, indeed. The good thing though in PDSP that even though there's a lot of options for like fighting types, in my case that I wanted to do a fighting only thing, is that even though there's a lot of options, some of them are, you know, post-game things or national texting, which is for me the same thing. Because I'm not gonna be trying to get a national dex like weekly. And then, you know, some of them just have like type overlap with someone else as well. There isn't too many of them, but there's at least 2 that have the same typing as the final evolution. I will say, even though as much as I like it, I would wish that there would be fewer... There would be fewer Pokemon from the Great Marsh in the Grand Underground. I don't mind that they are there, but I just would wish that at least the regular ones that can be showing up there wouldn't be also be able to be found in Grand Underground. Like, I'm completely fine, like, something like Bidoof will be found in there, or Roselia. Roselia, yeah. Can you find it in the wild? I don't know. But anyways, like, Pokemons that you can find anyways, like, in routes. Which is also quite strange that the Great Marsh is having Pokemons there that are, like, available in a bunch of different areas, but then again, Trophy Garden is... Like, that place is meant to be the special place for Pokemons, indeed. There's quite exotic Pokemons there, indeed. I will still say though that it doesn't really make too much sense for a Pokemon of Porygon to be available in the wild, considering like what is it based on and everything. Rotom I can still like understand, like, you know, it wants to be inside some machines and stuff. And the reason why I think it's more available nowadays is because of the like there has been so many Rotoms like inside foes and stuff like that, so like some of them have been escaping because they don't want to be there anymore, you know. Those relics. I can get away. Nice. It's kind of thinking that I was stuck in there. Thankfully, no. But yeah, I do be hoping best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find something. Something is always nice. Be hoping that indeed. Be always nice to be finding something indeed. There we go. um. I don't know. I'm quite interested, honestly, after I'm done with maybe the next phase. It really depends on, of course, when. for Farfetch that if I have like good enough time, I might be doing another like full odds facing Glimwood for, you know, the funny little fella. Might be considering that indeed. Of course, we shall see. We shall see indeed. I wouldn't mind it per se, but then again, there is the thing of I probably will indeed wanting to soon like more of like wintry hunts. Oh, hello, Swirlix. Don't need to go back to that spot anymore. Need to go back there indeed. Yeah, today's phase seems to be going quite fine. Considering that I did already find something today. As usually that could be causing some issues with the amount of encounters that I can get done. But then again, it did happen so early, so it didn't really end up mattering that much. It didn't indeed. There's a Stuffle there somewhere. Screaming. Or crying. As they are making their cries. It feels weird to say that they would be crying, even though that is technically correct. You know, still sounds a little off. But I gotta wonder though. I don't know why. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Shino makes me think of this, but I wonder if or when we will be getting Gen 5 remakes. Will it be possible to see uncatchable Minchino? Because they quite drastically have been changing how the intro to the game works. For example, it is quite different between PDSP and Diamond and Pearl. But I will say that it makes sense because, you know, since it's a Switch, you can't really be like, I guess, forced to players to be playing with touch screen per se. There's some touch screen only things in that game, but like they are necessary things. Or things that you could do, you know. Polishing the patches, for example, is indeed like that. But it's, I think, the only one that you absolutely have to use a touchscreen for. Because I'm pretty sure that the other ones are like you can use it if you would like to, like in the Grand Underground. You can use your touchscreen to break the walls, which is quite cool. And I honestly, if I will be playing on handheld mode, I will be preferring that myself. Even though it's not as accurate, but it just feels more fun to use it. I will say though, I still would wish that in more Switch games, touchscreen could be an option. Because in most games, the only way that the touchscreen can be useful is if you use like, or if you type something out, which is not bad. It's an okay usage for it, of course, but would be cool. As I said, as an option, not as a necessary thing. But as an option indeed. Or maybe one day, maybe one day. Oh. You haven't been hiding today, even though you're relatively still common, but you have been hiding today. Would you like to, you know, be having some friends coming over as well? Because I would quite like that idea. I don't like this today. But maybe this means that I will be able to get like a very nice chain at some point. Get a chain of like 10. I doubt it, but it would be very cool though. Be very cool indeed. And it also seems like I'm getting hang of the one thing indeed. Which is always very nice. Need to be. One thing I will say that I have found interesting is that if you are hatching Miniors, you know, Minior is a funny Pokemon that I like. It's interesting that if you're indeed hatching them, that you know, you can see the color of them in that screen. Because I just find it a little odd. Because like usually you need to be, you know, be cracking the thing open before you can see the color of it. Of course it's nice that it's the case, but it's very interesting. And I will say honestly, that if Minior would be introduced later into the Pokemon games, I would like to say that the only way to be getting it as a shiny would be from like randomly encountering it in the wild. And my reasoning behind this is because authentic Sinistry. It's not of course the same, but like I would kind of see it to be a thing though, especially because you know it has multiple different colors. It's such a shame that it's such a cool Pokemon, but it is definitely not the best. Very much of a shame indeed. I will still say that I always absolutely loved in Pokemon those Pokemons that are like you could do a mini collection of those as well if you would like to go that far. Like for example in Mineira's case you could be like trying to get every single color. And the same thing with like Alcremie as well. Which is, you know, quite nice indeed. I like it. Is it like too much to be doing everything? Yes. I don't know. For me, it would be feeling quite rewarding to be getting it done though. It is indeed, even though Minior like has a cool shiny and everything, but at the same time it's a little disappointing that, you know, they all have the same shiny. Like there isn't like for every single color one. I mean that would be making it even more tedious to be hunting it for sure, but still could be interesting. Again, I think that is one of those things that, again, if Meteor would have been introduced a little bit later, could have been very well the thing. Because even though they did do it before, but I think it's more of a thing like now than ever before to be getting different shinies for like kind of different versions of the Pokemons. I mean, there was the Oricorio thing, but then again, all the Oricorios, they did look quite a bit different from one another, unlike, I don't know, Squappability. They don't look too different from each other at all. The only thing that they have going for them is like the color that they have, but like they don't have like different styles. So I like to call them sometimes. It just seemed like a discounted version of Oricorios. It's also 4 of them. It's not like it's exclusive to like certain islands for sure, but still. You can kind of still say that there is some sort of rarity to each and every one of the... Each and every one of the Oricorios. You could say that because I get this one so late in the game, it's technically rarer. Because that is sometimes when, like, how people are thinking about things, that if you get a thing, like, very late in the game, at earliest, people tend to think that, you know, it's rarer, you know, fair enough. Do you see where the argument is coming from, you know? What rare things? They have kind of always been a thing in video games, though. In some more apparent than others, of course. And it has kind of always been a thing. Especially like some things that you more or less like are trying to collect. But then again, every once in a while, in my opinion, it's nice to be playing a game that, you know, everything is available to you at once. Or, like, if you have collected everything, then you can, like, play the game differently. Because, like, I will say that for me, that will be increasing the replayability. Unfortunately, it doesn't transfer the best to Pokemon games. Because there is the issue of there is the issue of the and this issue of like obedience. Like surely you can then like get them from eggs, but yeah, still. You still can't do it for everything though. For example, good luck trying to do that for the legendaries. But then again, I will say though, even though obedience is an annoyance, if you just want to like get the game done quickly for whatever reason, it is indeed quite a nice thing to be having. Even though I personally like to be playing through the game with the Pokemons that I capture mostly. There's few like situations where I'm planning on like getting like straight away like a team that I will be using. Mostly for me the reasoning is because I want to use like some late game Pokemons earlier. Because like they are late game Pokemon, so it's hard to get access to them like straight away. There we go. Oh, you're a boosted one. Nice. I will say there is one thing that bothers me most of the time when it comes down to games is that there's usually the issue that you need to be selecting that which one of the two you will be letting down. Of course I understand, like, you need to be choosing things even though it can be hard. You know, sometimes it's like you either like both of them or then the complete opposite that you don't like either. You just have a dislike for both, so then like I would like to say that both of those situations are like hard to choose situations. But then again, there can be the games that you can choose to go with, like, if you don't like either of them, you can just choose neither. You can just say no to both. It's very rare, but, you know, it's still quite cool and nice. It's quite cool and nice indeed. Just encountered you there, Swirlix. Oh, more Swirlix. Just what I wanted to see. I guess I could be checking out which is today's Pokédex recommendations as well. For this route indeed. What are their recommendations? It's Stuffle and Minchino. Still. I mean, I guess I haven't restarted the game, so it might be staying the same because of that. It might be. I honestly don't know how it works. But then again, I also personally don't really care. I don't. It's, as I said, it's a cool feature, but I just don't see too much of use of it. If you don't know where like Pokemons are and aren't, you know, in that situation it, you know, can be quite helpful indeed. Like, it's definitely a way to be getting the complete Pokédex without knowing everything, like without like outside sources. I don't remember if it works for the wild areas or not. At least to the routes, it will be quite a big of help. Even though, unfortunately, still you are gonna be missing most of Pokémon's if you're just like filling in your route Pokemons. But I mean, you still will be getting a decent amount. I understand that the big thing of this game was the wild area. At the same time, I would kind of wish that well, would be more variety on the routes still. It would be quite nice indeed. I would personally appreciate it a lot. But I will say that there has been games that it has been, in my opinion, even worse. Like the repeated Pokemons. We'll say that much. Oh. Of course, it's always more apparent with like first few generations, you know, not that many options, and they tend to like to go with, you know, new Pokemons. Either almost all with like new ones or mostly with new ones. Like the case of Diamond and Pearl, it was mostly new ones on the first few routes, for example. And the case of Black and White, it was like completely new ones. I'm still wondering though, will they be doing it again? To be having... To be having indeed... a complete like no old Pokemons. Whereas I would doubt that, because that was kind of the reason why people didn't really like you know, Black and White that much. Which I will say, fair enough. Because of course it like the game's reasoning for that was because they wanted you to try out new Pokemons and not just go with ones that you have already used so many times. But it's still a thing though. Like, it would be nice to be able to use some of the older Pokemon sometimes. Like, I will still say that, like, one of the Pokemons that I would wish to see, like, to be early Pokemon in, like, Pokemon games overall, would be Chinchou. Chinchou? You know, Lantern's pre-evolution. I would wish that. It's a cool Pokemon, and it's a shame that it's not available earlier. There we go. Let's indeed continue. Yeah, I don't know. It has always been an issue to me, of course, like, I'm the type of person that would like to, like, the first playthrough of the game, I would like to use, like, all either new Pokemon or, like, regional variants. Which I think to be new Pokemons for the game. But, you know, sometimes it's easier than others. Sometimes the region's Pokemons are only available very late on and stuff like that, but... You know, if I want to replay them, I could be using, like, older generation Pokemon. So I would indeed be wishing that Chinchou would be available earlier on in the games that it's in. Because honestly, I don't see a reason why it couldn't be. It's not like it's too overpowering or anything like that. It is unfortunately quite weak. It is. But then again, it is like quite a unique typing. Not too many Pokemon have that type combination. There is Pokemons that could be having it, but they don't. Because I will still say that I will personally be valuing Pokemons that have a typing over like bunch of different Rotom forms. I mean, I still know that that's technically using the typing, but I would wish that it would be more available for more Pokemons. Same is with like some legendary slash mythicals that they only have like certain type combination. Again, they are technically used, but let's be reasonable. How easy it is to use a legendary on your playthrough team from like early on. Because usually legendaries are only late game or post game. And then there's a lot of players that don't want to be using the legendaries like myself. Like, at least in the story, I will say that I do use the Zamazenta that I did get on my original Shield playthrough. And it's just a thing that I don't know why, but I like it. It could be because it did replace a team member that was annoying. Because it went down for everything and didn't really hit too hard, so it did get frustrating. But I did play through like the story with each, like I did defeat like the champion and everything we did. I did do that indeed. And the Pokemon in question is Appleton. It's so sad to me. I absolutely love both. Like, I love the whole Applin line. It's just this, the typing that it has. It's so bad. It's like... And like, it's not like the best Pokemon ever. I'm kind of tempted maybe at some point to be using Flapple somewhere. But of course the problem is that it's a new Pokemon, so it's hard to be finding it to be like you could be able to play with it in a Pokemon game. And the other thing is that in Sword and Shield it's technically a version exclusive. The item is the Pokemon isn't. But yeah. We'll still probably be finding someday the time to be using it. But it was kind of the situation with the Appleton with me that the thing. Why did I stick with Chogepi in my first ever playthrough of Soul Silver? Because I wanted to. I know it's a bad Pokemon, but I love Chogepi. It's my favorite of the bunch. I have used Togekiss. Like, I have used it. It's a cool Pokemon, but I love Chogepi. And still my problem is that I don't know why, but I absolutely hate Chogechick. I don't know what it is. It's just... is you. Hard to say what exactly is the problem, but not every Pokemon is for you, you know. Not every Pokemon indeed. Also, it's always be funny to be seeing like a very strong trainer to be absolutely destroyed with a weak Pokemon. Literally with a Pokemon that have health hatched. How do you feel now? You have been beaten by an egg. You know, sometimes you're just willing to go with a bad Pokemon just because you want to. I want to use it, specifically. I mean, I know that there has been indeed situations where I would have wished that I would have been able to evolve some Pokemon faster. I will still say Appleton is one of those. Because it's so bad. Appleton is so bad. It learns 2 moves. The same thing was with Toxel, that, you know, you get free from the daycare. But I would have wished that it would have been able to evolve faster, because even though it did have like super effective moves against the Pokemon that it was going against, I remember that it was struggling. I know it's a baby Pokemon, but still. It's not like, you know, toxicity is easy to find in this game in the wild anyways. Like, surely you could be finding like one that is like high enough in levels, but still, do be what it do be. And speaking of Toxel, I wonder if there's gonna be again the situation with like what happened with toxicity, that, you know, the nature of all things would be determining which of the two does it go into. Of course, there's like literally nothing that it does. It's still a like cool change, you know? It is indeed quite a cool change. Interesting things indeed. Is it a good thing that I haven't even noticed that we are so far already with today's encounters? Oh? Cool. Level ups. I think I'll soon can have another drink break because I'm getting not really thirsty, but, you know, dry mouth since I've been talking. Surprise, surprise, if you talk, you get a dry mouth. At least I do. Fairly easily. And I will say that it makes sense because it's kind of the same reason why you sometimes wake up with a dry mouth. Because, you know, you breathe through your mouth. So, you know. stuff like that, and also in here the air is quite dry. Thankfully, I'm personally not that kind of person that does get, like, you know, nose problems from, like, having too dry air. I'm very thankful for that, because I remember that there is in my family few people that do be getting quite bad things from it easily. But I'm very thankful that I'm not one of those. Yes, it could be quite annoying. Indeed. Jeez, this chain is long. Also, I'm gonna be having a drink break. There we go. Let's fight you. I will say one thing. As nice as the like the moving camera thing is, I don't mind it. I think it's quite nice. But I think there should be either a button or like some sort of other setting that you could be turning it off. Because like sometimes like as I said, I don't mind it, but you know, sometimes I would be just liking, you know, it's just staying in one spot. Or I guess the other thing is that I would kind of like if there would be, if you could be choosing the camera angle. Or something like that, it could be quite cool. But again, it's not the end of the world. Why it would be. That should be making myself to be far enough away from the swirlings. I would like to say that much. I would like to say that much indeed. Oh. Of course you want to spawn in that right as I wanted to start moving. Of course. That's what you want. At least it was a Stuffle, one that I want to be encountering. It wasn't the Swirlix. I would just wish that if there is indeed the case that for reasons unknown that, you know, you can't be having like the Pokemon to be spawning in, that you always needed to be going far enough away from it. I mean, I don't think that that's too far-fetched. The slightest, you know. I don't think so. I think it makes quite a good amount of sense indeed. Oh, okay, game. I see what you're up to. I see that you're up to be giving me hope with Farfetch'd. I like that. I like that indeed. Oh boy. Are you Farfetch'd there? Are you? You ready to go down? Soon I also need to be switching a Pokemon. Guess I'm running out of moves with you. I like to think that with most of my Pokemons at least, I have like at least one move that is not attacking, so I will not be accidentally using all of my moves and then struggle. I think that is smart. It's definitely not the case that I just did go ahead and shiny hunt with my team that I did like have during the game or anything like that. Couldn't be. Couldn't be that indeed. But then again, I don't think that there is necessarily anything wrong with it. I understand that, you know, shiny hunting team would be like, of course, like optimal. You'll be having a false swiper, you'll be having a Pokemon that can put Pokemon to sleep. You have a damn Pokemon with you and stuff like that. But the way that I see it, that I like to, like, the only thing that I care too much is damp, personally. Like, in most cases, because, like, you know, damp is nice to have, so, you know, things aren't going badly. But yeah, I think the only place that I will personally be using like status effects and trying to lower the HP probably will be with some funny dudes that are known to be legendaries. Those probably would be the only ones. I'm more talking about Arceus, even though technically Arceus isn't a legendary, it's a mythical, but whatever. It is, you know, like a rare thing to be found. One thing that I would absolutely be finding serious, hilarious, would be that whenever I will be doing the Arceus hunt / Darkrai hunt, either one of the two, if I would be able to find it in the first encounter, I've done this whole setup thing for everything and cool, shiny first try. Because I would like to say that with Arceus and Darkrai, the thing with for me will be that I would like to do some test captures for them, especially Arceus. Definitely couldn't be because I don't have a Master Ball in that game anymore. But you know, it's always good to be doing anyways some test runs. It's not like they're gonna be hurting anyways. But yeah. I'm kind of thinking that should I be moving like a Master Ball from another file to there? And I'm also thinking like, nah. Because my strategy still would be for each, if I can, I will be having harvest on each with Leba Berry. That would be my plan personally. But we shall see. I need to like actually test it out if it's possible in that game. As you know, there's a little limitation on Pokemons that you can have with abilities in that game specifically. But yeah, of course, like when the time comes, I will be doing some research, and as I said, when I start the hunting, I will be testing a few things out. I probably will just be like testing that, you know, if it's the case that I want to like wiggle it down a little bit, like with HP, that, you know, I don't accidentally KO it. That probably would be a good idea. The problem is that I'm pretty sure that Arceus would be having recover, so like... actually double check on that. So like it wouldn't be really mattering that much. We're trying to, you know, do some damage for it. Spear Peeler. Let's go. Everyone's favorite place. Everyone loves Spear Pillar. No way, it's a blue. It's a blue Chicob, no way! Never seen a blue Chicob in my life. Yeah, I wonder indeed, will they be making any like other like teacup Pokemon or like cup Pokemon like in general? Because I know a lot of people would like to get a coffee one. Which you know makes sense that they would be wanting a coffee one indeed. Does he know? It's the other like quite popular one. But then again, I don't really know. Hello there. Love Stuffles. you know. Also, Indeedy, please, I don't want to get scared by you. So, could you please calm down? I'm very scared of the Indeedy. You never know what's going on in their mind, because you can always be knowing what's on everyone's mind in Pokemon games anyways, but still, like, it's a little scary what that girl can do. Again, could be a thing that I'm just more used to the female one, that I prefer the female one personally. I haven't used like either of them in battles though, so like that doesn't have anything to do with age. But yeah. I guess I just like first of all I like to cry more, and I guess I like that it looks like the hair or whatever. Like, you know, age. Like, kind of, you know, be obeying the laws of physics at least a little bit more. Also, I don't know why that way there. Also, what is going on? I'm good at this game. I'm the best at this game. Anyways. Farfetch'd is a cool Pokemon. Love it. There we go. Yeah. It has both Healing Wish and Recover. Funnily enough, you can technically run away from the Arceus in TDSP, but then you would need to become the champion again, you know? So you know it's not that easy as like Shaman is. It has indeed Recover, and it has Healing Wish as well. Yeah, I know that Arceus is one of those Pokemons that it's an absolute pain to capture. Which is, you know, fair enough, you know, it is, you know, very special Pokemon. But still, it's a little unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. Also, I don't know why, but speaking like of Arceus, even though it doesn't have anything to do with this, I love when I think that Pokemons have abilities that they don't. Like normally, I'm normally like talking about the base ones, not like the hidden ability. It's about to be saying secret ability, but it's a hidden ability. It is interesting indeed. Very interesting. But I mean, it will be worth it. I will still say that I still find it a little unfortunate that that is the only legitimate way to get it. I mean, I personally don't have anything wrong with people like you know, getting in on, for example, in this case, I don't mind that they would be getting in Gen 4 to the Arceus location. I don't mind that, but it's just a thing that I personally don't want to do, which... And also because, like, it would indeed, for me personally, be easier to be doing it in PDSP than in the original ones. Reason being that... you know, I already have the games completed to the point. So, like, it's not like it's too hard to, you know, check it out and stuff. Also, I still think that, like, using RNG manipulation, like, it's a cool idea. But again, one of those things that I don't think that I would ever want to be using. Because PDSP is one of the... even though one of the easiest games to be doing it on Switch, I'm pretty sure that you can do it in Sword and Shield as well. It's definitely not as easy. Because, like, I know that there is a lot of... especially the starters and the legendaries, like, if you really would like to hunt them easily. In PDSP you can indeed RNG manipulate them. Which is interesting that it's a thing though. But I'm also so glad that only the RNG was like very much of a problem in literally one game. And it was Emerald. The way that it's broken. It's insane. It is indeed. Third ways. And the different card Pokemons. They are quite funny. I will still say that one thing that is hard to believe for me is that I have found every single person exclusive Pokemon for Shield in the Climboot. Even though I haven't found the Spritzy when I was streaming, but I still have it. It's indeed quite interesting like that. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Thinking. In very much. time to stretch as well. Stretch does very good for thinking. Oh. Yeah. As I have said previously this week, indeed tomorrow, we will be continuing the funny thing of Dynamics Adventures. Forget to be evil doll. Which for a longest time, it definitely was like a Pokemon that, you know, I was afraid to pronounce because there was so many different ways that people did, like, you know, pronounce it. It's definitely a lot of ways. But the way that I have decided that I will be saying is that I will just every single time I will say that it's evil. Because that is like, it's of course not the wrong way to say it. I don't think that it's the correct way though at the same time. But at least that makes it easier for me to say it, and it's at least somewhat correct, you know. It is kind of evil because we need to be going, I guess, to sleep for a very long time. It kind of destroys everything. So that's kind of evil. It is indeed like that. I mean, I will say that it's interesting that the X and Y like boxer legendaries, what their thing is. The other one, you know, when it goes indeed to a very long sleep, it destroys everything. And then the other one turns into a tree. I mean, of course, it also has like the opposite effect of like helping things to get alive, but still. You're a tree now. Everyone loves a tree. I will say definitely one of the most unique ways to be making a tree Pokemon. Definitely indeed. Nobody would have seen that coming. Nobody indeed. Another thing that I'm thinking, that would they be revisiting this Pokemon idea again? And it's like, are they gonna be making Pokemons based on swords and shields again? Because of course, like, we have the Honedge line. And of course, Shoshian and Zamazenta. We have both of them. Like, are they still be able to, like, get cool ideas? Oh, mean. Just trying to get away from you. How dare you! You pink cotton candy, do that to me! How dare you! It's so mean of you. Yes, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there could be like a Pokemon that would be having a split evolution that would be based on at least a sword. Like, maybe the sword is stuck to something and when it like gets out of it for whatever reason, then it would be coming like maybe a bigger, better sword or something like that. And then another thing would be that maybe a piece of the Pokemon's soul was left behind for the whatever it was stuck into, or it could be that the sword did like attack, like do it in reverse, like the sword Pokemon did attack like something because there was a Pokemon inside it, like hiding, or at least the Pokemon, like they would be having like a rivalry situation. But if the sword Pokemon would be attacking it, it would be getting stuck and then it would be a new Pokemon. We definitely haven't had too many situations of like Pokemon needing to be having another Pokemon in order to evolve in a very long time. Like specific Pokemon. There has been like in Pancham's case, there needs to be another dark type on the team. I understand it, but the way that I see it, the way that you do be indeed be evolving Pancham, is that then you're gonna be deciding to use 2 dark types. Of course you can just like toss the other one off of the team like once you get Pangoro, but still, that is the way that I see it. And as I said, I don't mind to be having type overlaps. It's completely fine with me. But I prefer not to. I prefer not to though. So like, it could be interesting. Indeed, if you would be having another Pokemon that would be like actually requiring another Pokemon. Not just like in the anime situation, like with Slowpoke. I guess only in the anime does it need a shelter in order to evolve. Also, it's kind of weird that it does do that as well. Especially the way that you do see Slowking to be like the way that you see the evolution for Slowking in the anime. It's literally biting the King's Rock on the head of the Pokemon of Slowpoke. It's so strange. Like, why? I will say though, even though I don't mind the King's Rock being an evolution item, it doesn't make too much sense on Politoed. It's not like it wears it like Slowking kind of does, you know? It's just kind of is there. Strangely. I mean, I'm always glad that there isn't just an evolutionary item for like specifically one Pokemon. It's still stupid that the only Pokemon that do be requiring Dragon Scale to evolve is Kindra. It's stupid. I don't get it. Like, there could be so many good options that it could be used for. Like, if for no other reason, just to be using it. And it could be like, it could be just for that Pokemon, just an held item situation. Like, it just need to be holding, it doesn't need to be, you know, be traded. Which I will say that I prefer more than trading or while holding an item. My favorite item to be giving Pokemons to when I want to trade evolution for them is to give them Everstones. Especially Gedapra. It's definitely one that we need to be giving it to. Honestly, I think that would be kind of clever, like trade in game or in game trade. That if you would be indeed be given Kadabra holding an Everstone, and then it, you know, would be the Haunter situation all over again, but it would be, you know, reverse card kind of a thing happening. So that would be quite an interesting one indeed. Very interesting. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Also, in the first place, I think it's ridiculously hard to be getting, like, the evolution item for Kindra. I think it's ridiculous. In most games, at least. I'm so thankful that in Isle of Armor you can find Kindra in the wild, even though it's only in one weather, but it's so nice. Because I remember, like, people were very upset about the fact that, you know, it's very hard to be trying to get, you know, Kindra's evolution item. Which I will say, as I said, fair enough. It is very fair. But I mean, I will say at least it's not the worst held item to be getting. I think the worst held item that you can ever get in Pokemon games has to be Safari Zone Chansey with the Lucky Egg. As you know, it's already, like, very rare to be getting Chansey to show up, then you would need to be having it to be holding the item. But before you can check it, because you can't use Thief in Safari Zone, you need to capture it, and that's an easy task. Be capturing a Chansey. You know, everyone does it on their first try every single time. It's not like there has been numerous stories of people failing it when they have been trying to shiny hunt it. Definitely not. There could never be anything like that going on. Indeed, leave me alone, please. I'm scared of Indeedies. Look get this very evil face that it. No, not another indie. I don't want the fourth one, especially this quickly after the last one. We're soon gonna be hitting the number that we did get the indie today, but no. No, please. I would rather not. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I do need to switch. Anxie from the front. So because Anxie is going to soon be, you know, too high. Or I guess too low in the attack moves. Has too many attacking moves, it can't move anymore. Imagine that being the case. That there would be a Pokemon that could only learn like 2 or 3 moves. And if you let it learn like more than that, the Pokemon couldn't be battling anymore. The Pokemon has too many moves, it can't move. Imagine having too many moves. Would certainly again like be a very interesting one, but very silly one at that, and quite unlikely that it would be happening in the first place. Quite unlikely indeed. But hey, you never know. Sometimes they do be surprising us with quite interesting Pokemons. I was kind of thinking of like an annoying evolution that we could be getting, since it tends to be the case. Some are more annoying than others. I would like to say that it, in my opinion, like annoying evolutions, they started with Dusk form Lycanroc. But then again, if you have the correct Pokemon, and it's the correct time of day, and you know what day and time of day it needs to be, it's not that bad. It's not. But then we did get, you know, the funny mask of the Galarian variety. Which is, it's not bad, but at the same time, like, who would figure it out? Like, on their own. It's like such a specific requirements. Then I will say that even though the Legends Arceus evolutions, they are quite bad, but if you check out the Pokédex, like what you need to do in order to increase the Pokédex level, it kind of tells you what you need to do. It kind of does. But the only one that I think in Legends Arceus with the evolutions that is annoying is Pascaline. Take an X amount of recoil damage, which is quite a bit. And then like you can evolve, and you can be of course fainting in between. Then we got the funny little dude known as Gimme Goal. Oh god, why? Like, actually, why? Why it is so bad, I don't understand. And I will say that it doesn't make the most amount of sense as well. But it's a cool Pokemon nonetheless. It just doesn't make really too much sense to me that it just is now like a solid cold Pokemon, not just like a larger chest with bunch of cold inside. Which would have been a lame evolution, but at the same time, it would be making more sense at least. So I'm kind of thinking maybe for the next annoying evolution, you need to capture each, and then you have like a certain amount of time to get into a place before like you can evolve it. And if you fail to get into that area in the given time, it can't evolve anymore. Would certainly be an annoying evolution. Imagine you needing to like run/bike into a very obscure location in order to evolve it before, you know, you run out of time. If they don't want to be that mean, it could be that they need to be using a specific move and or something like that, do like a very specific thing, and then they have certain amount of time to get to the location. You know? Or it could be like some sort of like bell or something like that in a location that you can only evolve your Pokemon in there if a certain NPC is like playing each. That could be, you know, another like annoying evolution as well. It's just interesting that they have gotten quite a bit interest to be doing, in quotes, annoying evolutions. But then again, makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Anyways, Pokemon. They do be having interesting evolutions. And it still would be quite interesting if at some point they would decide to make an evolution for a Pokemon to be different. It would indeed. It would indeed. As I have said before, that I would kind of wish that all like Like all of the evolutionary stones would be removed and instead we'll be having either location or time-based ones, even though they are annoying, but it doesn't really need to be like back in the day, like a strong magnetic area, you know? It could be something else. It could be like an easier one like that like say it's just that in here there's just this magnetic thing, like magnetic aura going on. It doesn't need to be like too specific. I know that they are annoying, but then again, maybe at some point in some game we just don't have like evolutionary items overall. Which also begs the question to me, the evolutionary stones. If I remember correctly, when the Pokemon timeline did split, regular evolutionary stones turned into Mega Stones. So how can there be, you know, evolutionary stones then? Or like more discovered? Or what? Just, you know, feels a little strange. That is the case indeed. Gonna check what's going on there. Nothing too much, okay. Oh, it's a Farfetch though. Love to see it indeed. I hate that there is so many things in life that sound delicious, but then when you're like eating them, you don't like them at all. Because like you think that, you know, this thing is delicious and then like you just don't like it at all if you would be trying it yourself. It is very annoying indeed. But I think for me still the more annoying thing would be that, you know, the things that you liked as a kid and then you try them out. Either they have changed like the recipe or something like that and it tastes different, or you just like in general just don't like them anymore. It is such an annoyance sometimes. What it do be, what it do be. Things do be changing. Because then, like, especially the things that you enjoyed as a kid, you usually have like a memory or two about it, you know, and then you're like, yeah, this was good, and then you tried, and it's like, no, ew. It's just like, yeah. You're thinking to yourself, how could I have liked it? How could I have liked this? Absolutely. And this absolute garbage. But it's also like the complete opposite of that. It's so satisfying sometimes that for me it's like very not satisfying, but a very nice feeling that if I hated something when I was a kid, but then I started to like it. But then again, you know, you just sometimes you just prefer to eat certain things, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. I just, you know, prefer at that point eating a certain thing, and then at some point you just start to hate it. Sometimes it's indeed very frustrating, especially if it's a thing that you definitely could be still liking, you know, but for whatever reason it's just like, nah. I don't think that I have personally really run into that issue. There's been certain things that I wasn't a big fan of, but you know, no, it's still fine though. There we go. I think today also might be one of those days that when I'm done with streaming, I might be taking a nap. I think today might be one of those days. It definitely couldn't be because they were indeed very much thrilling this morning. That couldn't be it, of course. No way. It couldn't be that indeed. Yeah. Could be, you know, very nice. Even though, as I said, I think I would be able to sleep tonight quite nicely, though. Yes, indeed, because tomorrow they shouldn't be on anything, because they... If they are indeed this, like, what is it? You know, the dudes that are owning this place are, like, doing the renovations or whatever. They're not gonna be working on the weekends. That'll be the case, indeed. It's just because they just don't. Because, you know, it's not the usual working time. It's usually Monday to Friday from 8 AM to 4 p.m. in here. The 9 to 5. It will be. Are they? Maybe they are. But yeah, I don't know, like how could I be the type of person that like every week wants to be switching where like paintings are in the house, you know? Like, of course, like, I understand, like, when you move in, you want to be putting it into a different spot. That's, you know, completely fair and understandable. I don't mind that. And maybe then, like, every once in a while you would like to switch some things up. Well, I just don't understand why, like, as I said, every week or so. Thankfully, the neighbors that did do that don't live here anymore. But, oh god, it was annoying. It was like almost every single, either Saturday, but mostly on Sundays. It was like the whole day was just, you know, moving paintings to another spot. And the thing that I always find funny, people that are indeed moving in here, is that since in some of the walls in here, it's like a metal thing, like, going through the wall, like in between the rooms. And then when people like hit it and then they are very frustrated that they can't get through with it, with their drill. Which is, you know, understandable. But you know what we did do for most of our things? If we couldn't go too deep into the wall, we just find like glue that is like literally meant to be replacing nails. Stuck the thing to the wall with that. Because we don't have like anything that would be, you know, too heavy for it to be breaking down. We just use that. You know, it is working for us quite fine. Yeah, let's see though. Will we be able to get the shiny on the same number? Even scarier if there would be an Indeedee. Gives me chills every single time that there is an Indeedee. But I'm hoping for a nice big chain with the Farfetch though. Even though usually if I say that, it's not going to be happening. But I'm still hoping for each. Always hope. Always hope indeed. After the next Farfetch, I'm gonna be switching the Pokemon though. Because, you know, the Farfetch is kind of running out of moves. Or Farfetch, the Pokemon is running out of moves. Yeah, the wild Pokemons, they don't have any more power points anymore. It's just always gonna be starting with struggle. Yeah, that's, you know, the new update to this game that was just up. Definitely a new update to the game that they have said that they are not gonna be updating anymore. And you know, fair enough, why would they be having any need to do it, you know? Yeah. You're the only two that have anything left anymore. As it should be. Yeah, I'm not completely sure. I guess it really depends on how many of this Pokemon's moves, aka Kremlings, I'm able to use today. That will I be going ahead and actually healing or not? Indeed after the day, or will I be leaving it to the next time then? Like fully run out of moves and such. Also, the scary number is up. Do we get a shiny on the same number of encounters as we did get for the last phase with with the dude? No, I don't. That is at least a little bit of a nice feeling. I mean, it did take like 3 hours to get to this point. I mean, it's 3 hours to be getting 400 encounters. Not bad at all. As I said, considering that I'm doing double hunting right now, it's quite good. It's very good indeed. I haven't checked on one game that I did play like the gameplay preview of, or whatever it's called. I haven't heard from it in a while. I haven't checked it like when it is going to be getting planned to be getting either an update or like being released. Because I'm fairly excited about the game. And like if I can play it through the Game Pass again, as I've been able to do with the preview, it might be a possibility that I might be even, you know, streaming it. It was quite a cool game. I liked it. Even though there, of course, since it's a gameplay preview, there isn't too many things going on. But I know it still gives you the idea how the whole game is more or less working. You know. Oh, it's another funny doc. Let's go. Love to see the funny ducks of ducks. Very duck. Very much of a duck indeed. Haven't they really made up any Pokemon apart from like Farfetch'd? The big thing is that it's like carrying a vegetable. It's of course like Pokemon that are like fruits. That's the thing. And there's Pokemon that hold things like logs, whatever my things. Haven't there been another Pokemon like that? Of course it like probably would be like too similar to Farfetch'd. I don't know, it could be still like fairly unique feeling though. Definitely could be like, you know, unique feeling in there indeed. There's still more in here. I'm also glad that I did manage to avoid the swirlix there. Love it indeed. I guess we shall see. I think the good place to be checking out indeed is my goal of the day, which is usual goal for me with these is 600. Let's see when we are able to manage to hit that. Will I be going for more than that? So I don't really tend to go too long today. Because I was thinking that maybe I would be indeed be taking a nap and then, you know, next week or next next stream, aka tomorrow, then I would be doing like indeed probably a longer one because that is how DAs kind of go. You do them for like a while and then it turns out that you have done them for several hours at that point. It do be like that. Nah. I don't consider myself to be rich. I guess the other Switch one, it was part from sale. They were getting rid of them. Because it was the package that did have the ring fish. And they like wanted to get rid of them. No, I haven't found the Alpha Gudra. I'll be getting back to it on next Tuesday. Most likely. I'm gonna be doing DAs tomorrow, if that's what you're asking. I'll be doing DAs tomorrow. If like nothing of course happens and that like makes me not be able to stream, but yeah, that's the plan indeed. Well, what have you been up to today? Well, it's nice to have those. I've done nothing today days. They are very nice, in my opinion. Because then you can really, like, you know, just be, and then another day you have more energy to do things. Okay. Was the test harder than... It's also interesting that at least for how tests did like go, like for me, like over the whole time being in school, that they were first like you have multiple choice questions and then it switched into like you needed to be like actually writing sentences and everything like that. And now again it's more into multiple choice questions. Of course I don't mind them, but at the same time it just doesn't feel for me that you're learning as much if you have just multiple choice questions. Because then you can like just get it right by guessing easily. But yeah, I understand that's like an easy way to do it, so teachers, they don't need to be having the issue of trying to understand your handwriting. But at the same time, it's just for me doesn't really feel like I'm learning. And stuff like that. Yeah, that is also a thing. When you answer all B's and then you start to question yourself, is it actually correct or not? Even though most of the time you are correct about them, but it still like makes you still feel that there's something fishy going on over here. Also, I remember that I don't know like why it was such a big thing in every school that I did went to for like certain grades. There was always like you need to be listening parts and then like write the answer. which was like interesting. For math, it was more so you can do like your, you know, the calculations in your head. And in like languages, it was for the reason that you would be able to write the and like the word that was said to you correctly. Yeah. Like, I understand that they are, like, of course, important, but I also find it weird. I guess it makes for me more sense in, like, the languages that you can, like, hear the word and then write it correctly. Because if it, like, that was the case, it was always a word that we needed to learn anyways. So, you know, you should be able to know, like, how to write it down. But yeah. It was certainly interesting. But I still remembered how much I struggled with the math questions that, you know, had, like, a story. I always struggled with them. And I hated them. I have become better at them nowadays, for sure. But I didn't like them myself at all. They were usually the questions that I had, like, wrong answers in. But yeah, thankfully. I don't think that I will be having too many tests going forward if I don't want to be studying any further, which I don't think that I will. It's not gonna be too many tests. And another thing why probably is as well, like, why, like, right now, like, multiple choice questions are a big thing is because so many tests are done online, so, you know, it's easier to make the computer to, you know the right answer from them than writing, because then you can write incorrectly. Like, you don't have an uppercase somewhere. I haven't personally done Crowdon raids. I haven't done Zygarde either. I haven't done neither of them, so... I mean, at the end of the day, it's just down to luck, though, so... Are they easy or not? But yeah, it is, like, technically Zygarde raids. They should be hardest, just because, you know, the ability is an annoyance. Oh, nice. I found yesterday a very fancy Diglett in Pokemon Go. Since there is the fashion week going on there, it had the top hatch. Very fancy little guy. And today I have found an Indeedee. And I'm up to level phase 30. Yeah, it was a special shiny Diglett because it did have the hatch that is currently going on in Pokemon Go. Because of the fashion week. Yeah, it's nice. I know that some people are like, ew, Pogo shinies, but like, I don't care. I will still say that I think Pokemon Go shinies are... If it's not a comp day, it is still quite a process to be getting them. Because you actually need to go outside, you can't just be sitting at home. I mean, you can, but then you're not gonna be getting that many spawns. But then again, there's the dudes that are playing like Pokemon Go for their living. They are complaining that shinies are too. They are not like... You don't get shinies often enough, and I'm like, huh? Yeah, that would actually be like, yeah, exactly. Because I know that in comp days, of course, it's quite likely that you will be able to get like a bunch of shinies because the chance is what, like 1 in 20 or 25? But then again, it's only for 3 hours. Usually 1 day in month as well. Maybe twice if there is a... like a classic community day. So like it's not like they're too often anyways. But yeah, I don't care. I sometimes don't really understand the hate for Pokemon Go. I mean, I will say that I don't still like love it or anything, but you know, shiny is just shiny at the end of the day, isn't it? But yeah. It's interesting indeed with the Glimwood that I've been able to get 3 Indeedees and they are only 5%. And I find it completely insane that has been going on. There's been a bunch of female shinies anyways there because, you know, since that is on Shield, the Indeedee is indeed female. And then there has been Hatrems also a lot. Lately there hasn't been too many like more of the common ones like Shiinotic or Morgram there to be shiny. They've been more on the rarer side. But hey, luck is luck. You get what you get. At the end of the day, I'm not expecting to be finding the authentic Sinisty too quickly anyways. Even though Shiny Charm definitely is helping with it. It is indeed like that. Helping. I think, like, logically thinking, it should be that. But it could be like a weird thing that you always need to be breeding with, like Ditto, to be getting the right one. Because I have only done with Ditto, and I think it's with Ditto, it's always the one that you use. Maybe. Or it could be like a weird thing that it's locked in the games. I honestly don't know. But like logically thinking, you should be having 50-50 chance. Because it's still like the same Pokemon. Yeah, I haven't like ever pre them. There's been no reason for me to do that. I don't say that I have ever given up on a shiny hunt. I might be having like a long break from a shiny hunt. That is like, I usually come back to them. And I'm not like counting, like I sometimes have like, I will do like a shiny hunt for like one day. Like for example, for my birthday I will be doing like only a birthday shiny hunt. You know, I'm not really considering that to be giving up on a shiny hunt. But yeah, sometimes I might be having a very long break. Either that I'm not feeling like it, or I have other hunts that I want to do more. But yeah, it is indeed sometimes like that. I will be having just long breaks between the hunts. Yeah, I get that. The way that I think that I will be doing my Reggie hunts, I think it was actually Reggie Steel that I did start like a long time ago. I haven't continued it. It is like for the original ones, I will just be like completing the puzzle over and over again instead of resetting. Because the resets they are just so long and boring. But yeah, I completely understand if you are indeed doing a Reggie Steel hunt in Sword and Shielded or any of the Reggie hunts. They are indeed not the funnest thing around. But yeah, I've indeed be. I'm wondering, probably my longest break will be when I will be counting my Articuno hunt and it will be like half a year of a break. Just because like, not in the mood. Gen 1 hunting isn't the nicest thing ever. It isn't, but always, get back to it. It's not like the hunt itself is gonna be going anywhere. That is indeed one of the reasons why I like to be having multiple hunts at once, because then I can just choose what I do that day. And as I said before, there's some hunts that I just personally can't be doing for too long at a time. And I will be doing like a long hunting sessions in one go, like especially if I'm streaming, I will be doing quite actively, like minimum of like 4 hours usually, to up to 6 hours. So like, not everything is as interesting. And I will say that I personally prefer random encounter hunts more than anything else. I don't watch really shows myself. I rarely watch TV or any of that sort myself. It's not my thing. I usually, if I will be watching TV, it's like something random that is going on there at a time. Just, wasting time before needing to go somewhere and not in the mood to be booting up the computer for each. Love to see back-to-back 5%. Love it. There's been a lot of movies that we have been thinking about that we're gonna be watching. Because this year there has been quite a good amount of interesting ones. But I haven't really found the time to watch them. Imagine sitting for like 2 hours and doing something. I never do that. I definitely never look at my screen for like hours upon hours and when I'm streaming. But you know it's different. It's a little different though of a feeling. Thankfully I didn't need to go back there. There was the Wawa Fed and I would have been quite upset to accidentally encounter it. Then I need to KO it. Honestly, why couldn't Wawa Fed be part Ghost type? It could be because I'm thinking of the Shadow Attack thing. Why couldn't it be part? Or the Ghost type indeed. Because I don't think a Dark really fits it. It's not like it's mean Pokemon. It's quite a goofy little fella, you know. But Ghost could be a thing. At least like nowadays it would be making it able to run away from itself. Since, you know, Ghost can run from everything and anything. So, you know, you be running away from itself. The Swowfed, it's not a good Pokemon, but it can be a broken Pokemon. In very specific scenarios, though. In older generations, you can be getting stuck into an infinite battle with Chihuahua fights. But then again, I would like to say that it wouldn't be happening too much on accident as well. What about Burn? But yeah, Wobbuffet would be an annoying Pokemon to be encountering if you don't know how to deal with it. Like, of course it's the case for most Pokemon, but I think it's more apparent for Wobbuffet specifically. Imagine if, like, for whatever reason there would be a game where Wobbuffet would be getting an ability that combines both Arena Trap and Wonder Guard. I think that would be a little bit broken. Just slightly. As you know, you can't be running away from it because, or you can't run away or switch from it because you know it has Arena Trap if you're not a ghost. And if it has a Wonder Guard, you can't be damaging it without it being super effective. It would be certainly interesting, to say the least. Imagine if there would be more Pokemons that could be having 2 abilities at once. Either as that they, like, it's 2 Pokemons that, like, they have their both abilities, or just have an ability that is indeed combining 2 Pokemon or 2 abilities to one. Because Calyrex has the thing that it has both its ability and the rides. And then Blood Moon Ursaluna has 2 abilities at once. It is so broken. Blood Moon Ursaluna's its ability is broken. Or it's scary and broken. And the good thing is that I did never I didn't ever have any troubles with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But I can definitely see a reason why you would be having troubles with it though. It's like completely understandable why you would be having troubles with it. But then again, there is quite an easy way to... It's quite an easy way to defeat it as well. Yeah, it is. It is quite a scary Pokemon. Hello there. What are you doing? What are you doing indeed, Shield Max? Hunting is going quite nicely. Been able to get a little bit over 500 checks today on both games. Well, the same reason why making super strong moves, but you can only use them once is why true, and this is a thing. So the Pokemon isn't absolutely broken, but I get you that why not you just make it a little less powerful and then, you know, you would be able to use it more than once. But yeah. It's just making, you know, the game to be a little bit more balanced. That's why some don't like certain Pokemons like Regigigas or Slacking too much, because you know Slacking has Truant, so you can be moving every other turn. Because otherwise it would be absolutely broken, and Regigigas has slow start, so you know, on the first 5 turns it really can't do anything. It can, but you know, it's not as good. It's not as good indeed. Just a little bit of unfortunate. Yeah, you can. But yeah, I get it for the same argument that you're making there, with like abilities that make the Pokemon to be a little less useless, like Trench. Like why they are making strong moves that you can use twice, so the game wouldn't be absolutely broken by them. But then again, you can get rid of Truant from Slacking though. And that's scary. But then again, it doesn't work always. But when you can use it, it's scary. Yeah, that could be nice, but I think like the lore explanation why it has slow start is because, you know, it was kind of put to sleep because Regigigas did like create the original Regis, so Arceus wasn't too happy with it. So you know, it takes some power of it, so it needs some time to charge the attacks, you know. It's still funny that Regigigas is one of the only Pokemons in Legends Arceus that technically has an ability. Because of course, why wouldn't it be? It's the only Pokemon that kind of has the ability going on. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, if that would be the case, yeah, Regigigas would be absolutely broken as a Pokemon. Because, like, having the turn do the Eternate and Max, the thing, the dude, it's... there is a reason why it's only in one battle and nowhere else. There is a very good reason. I mean, I will say that even though like normal type is kind of always seen as like not too good as a typing, because you know it can't be hitting anything super effectively. The thing is that It also only has one weakness. So it is, like, on its own, quite a strong type. Because even though it only has one weakness, but yeah, it only has one weakness, and it's like annoying. It's not everyone is having a fighting type move on the team. At least I guess it doesn't have any resistances. Only has one immunity. Oh, hello, Apple. Unless I kind of forgot that how did Applin's Cry go for? It's one of those Pokemons that you don't really run into too often now, do you? It's like it's rare. It's like it's rare indeed. But yeah. They don't like to be doing too many like broken Pokemons in Pokemon games that you can use in battles against other players. They wanted to be, you know, feeling somewhat balanced. Even though they're doing probably some interesting things on the second part of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, since it's indeed seeming to be quite heavily based on, you know, battling. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't personally care too much because I'm not too interested in battles myself. It's interesting though. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, but they don't do it too often though, like two broken Pokemons. They try to balance it out somehow. For example, the case of Talonflame that, for whatever reason, did get a thing going on for it from like next generation since it was introduced. Even though I don't think that it was too broken, but then again, I'm personally not that interested in those, but well, there's always gonna be broken Pokemons though, either in actual battles with the actual players or like somehow in like in-game battles. But then again, that could be the reason why I don't really want to be doing anyways battles with actual players. Because I just find it boring that, you know, most of the time it's the same team with everyone. I just find it boring. Of course I understand that, you know, it works, but still, it just is boring to me. Be seeing the same teams there. And then again, there is parts in the games that are your thing, and then there is the parts that aren't your thing. For Pokemon games, it's either collecting Pokemons or battling. For other games, it probably is that there is a little bit more options. Why did I encounter you? I don't know. Swirlix. I guess I wasn't really thinking about it. Going to an autopilot. Indeedy, could you please leave me alone? I'm scared. You're showing up again like this. A lodge. Gladly take, honestly, at this point, any other one than you. Jeez. It would be nice if there would be even a slight chance to be getting the other versions. Indeedy. Would be quite nice indeed. But then again, would it make too much sense now? But I would still like it. So you can technically get them both in your game. Either with trading, or another option is to be getting it through Dynamax Adventures. Indeed, he is the most broken Pokemon in my game, apparently. Bunch of Shield exclusives in a row, by the way. Even though I still don't really count Indeedee to be one, because technically it's just the Gendaries. It's not still the same thing as Esper is, for example, that yeah, you can find only one of the genders in the wild, but of course, since like Esper has a possibility to be evolving into either one of them, you still can quite easily get both. Unlike in Indeedee's case, indeed, either transferring to be getting the first one, or yes, breeding is indeed an option. Even though it's just is weird. I mean, it makes sense, At the same time, it very well could have been like the... What is it? Who are they? Solgaleo and Lunala situation from the Sun and Moon games. And you know, you can only be getting one of the two depending on the version. But you know, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. What will be though with Sinisty's case? Still be nice to somehow see how many of specifically the authentic one you have seen. Like apart from like waiting until it has been turning around enough. But still like, you know, it would be nice to know. It's one of those features that it's quite a shame if you ask me that they are only in like few games. Like to see the number overall of the Pokemon that you have seen, especially the ones that you like randomly encounter once. You know, for those it makes sense in my opinion. But it's indeed very much unfortunate that there is the chance for the funny little fella to be like actually be telling you how many of each you have encountered, because I'm pretty sure that the numbered battle number is, in Sinisty's case, combining both of them, I would like to say. Because it would be a strange one to, you know, be switching out for way, but then again, they have two different Pokédex entries, of course. Even though they are not two different Pokemons, but they are two different forms of the same Pokemon. So... I don't know. It'd be quite nice indeed, though. Even though it probably would be like... The unfortunate thing is, even if it would be a thing in this game, it probably would be capping itself just before 1,000. It is a very unfortunate thing. For example, in my case, I know that I have more than 999 Farfetch, but unfortunately that is the number that it's gonna be stuck in. It is indeed going to be like that. It's just, I understand it, but at the same time it would be nice to know. Like, the only way to know exactly how many of certain Pokemon you have encountered is to count them yourselves. But then again, I can't be bothered with it. I can't. Then with, for example, with the authentic Sinisty's case, it's the thing that you need to be waiting it until it spins, or just capture every single one of them. I don't know. I don't think that it'll be worth it. Hmm. I think I might be doing another 100 more after I hit the 600. Of course, it has indeed been slower going, but it honestly hasn't been as slow going as I would remember it to be. But then again, I think the last time that I did do both Farfetch'd and Sinisty at the same time was when I did have Swirlix instead of Stuffle. And Stuffle is indeed a little bit more common, and the other thing is that it is a possibility to be on the recommended thing there as well. Since indeed, you know, I have been capturing a Swirlix before the last war Swirlix because, you know, I have 2 of them now. So yeah, I did have a Swirlix at that point already, so it couldn't be in the recommended tab at all because of the reason being that the funny little fella can only appear there if you haven't captured it. So that could be like a very good reason. It is unfortunate that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my answer for that, I guess, is that I at some point wanted to try and complete the Pokédex, and since I knew that some Pokemon are indeed annoying to be capturing, I did just, you know, go for the annoying one. So I already have Farfetch'd captured in this file, so I can't really be having that to be boosted, unfortunately. I honestly don't know how much of a help it would be, because for that to be like very effective, you would need to be capturing everything else on the route. Or in this case, everything that is, you know, a visible one. So yeah, there's that as well. Oh, more? Cool. Indeed. There we go. Did we get again like a nice big chain is the question. Seems like a yes to me. Nice. Place that's 4 in a row. Yeah, that's a good one. Would be still absolutely crazy at some point to be getting 10 in a row. It's quite unlikely, unfortunately, but it would be cool nonetheless. Especially in this kind of scenario where I can go between 2 of them. It's quite easy to do. It's okay to do with like only 1 there, but you know, I need to wait a little bit in between, you know. Okay. Going pretty nicely, I see. Haven't seen so far one to be boosted though, I'm pretty sure. It's been a lot of other ones though that have been boosted, but specifically Farfetched, I don't think so today. Still going on, jeez. Could this be the 10? Nah, I jinxed it, so it can be, of course. That is how it works. You jinx it, it can be it. I'm not completely sure it's anything get to spawn in because you were quite far away. That is indeed a problem sometimes, indeed, if they're like too far away from the last one. She's another crate. We're good at crates, I see. Oh, there we go. 8 is still pretty decent though. It is pretty decent indeed, so I'm not complaining on that. It is a pretty decent chain indeed. If I did count correctly, that is. It was still definitely on one of the longer side for a chain though. Most definitely was. Always be wondering though that, you know, since when you're doing breeding for Pokemon, in some situations you have to use, you know, Everstone. Yes? Need to use like Everstone to be getting the one you need, but I wonder how it works with like certain Pokemon that have like Indeedee situation. If you would be having an Everstone on it, would it be, you know, be always female or male depending on that then? Would be a strange choice, but at the same time, like, I don't think that it would be like to wild bee not be considering, you know. I don't think that that would be too much indeed. Yeah, squeeze there. Would have moved a little bit sooner, closer, then nope. I wouldn't been able to. Thankfully you did stop moving there. But yeah, again, we are of course gonna be going into a thing that soon, if I will be finding a shiny, I will not be or I will not be starting a new phase on whichever one it is. I think I usually go like 30s, like at the maximum, that where I start to think that will I be starting a new one or not, because then it's gonna be like quite a good amount of time that it's gonna be taken to get them to be at the same time being counters indeed. It will indeed. So yeah, it is always like that though, the end of the stream. And if I would be finding something, it probably would be that for that game. It is quite a usual thing indeed. As I said, I like to have a base that I start with for the next time, but next time that I will be hunting, but sometimes it's not really worth it because I like to go at least to 100. That's my thing. I like to go at least to 100, you know, with usual hunts, which are like the random encounter ones. The usual hunts indeed. Also, I'm good at also getting the wrong 5%, by the way, now that I think about it. It's a Farfetch'd indeed it is indeed 5%. I got the wrong 5%. I mean, it's a different area, but still. It's still 5% nonetheless. Always the wrong one. Always indeed. I will say one thing though, even though like authentic Sinisty is a rare thing. As I said, for me it's another like 1% hunch. More than anything. So like, I guess if there wouldn't be like... in Kalimwood there wouldn't be a spot for it, since, you know, it's not like it's the overworld encounters in the old cemetery. I guess if it would just be a chance that it would be, you know, the authentic one, I think for me it would be more special, because as I said, it is technically just yet another 1% hunt though, because it's, you know, a 1% there. Of course, is it still like a little bit more exciting? Yeah, because there is indeed a fake variant for it as well. But at the end of the day, it is just a 1% hunt. Have accidentally done one of those. So I don't think that for me, authentic Sinisty would be the rarest thing that I found by that. It has to still be the 1% Bidoof on Raid Marsh. It's not like it's still gonna be pretty cool, but you know, that was in 1 in 4K and this is with Shiny Charm most likely. If I would be getting each without the Shiny Charm, then maybe. You know, then maybe. Then it, you know, could be a possibility. Always love the progress though. I will still say that 700 is pretty decent. Definitely have had some hunts that I can't get as much done, you know, in short periods of time. So yeah, it is indeed. But then again, for me, any progress is progress. Any amount of checks that you can get, even if it would be just one, you know, it's still one closer. You know, positive thinking. It will definitely be helping to be getting it faster. Definitely works. Definitely indeed. Oh. It is far-fetched. Reflu's hitbox is so weird in this game. It's super weird. Yes, I think like sometimes I should be encountering Drifloons even though I'm not. It's super weird. It's gonna be the random one there. I wonder if I can get out. I should be able to get out, but I mean, it's not the end of the world if I will be encountering the Drifloon there. Because most definitely it's gonna be yellow if I will be encountering it. Most definitely. Oh no, there's 2 Wobbuffets there. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good at all. There are big targets that are easy to hit. Surprise, surprise. It's like they are designed to be punching bags. It's like that indeed. Imagine boxing game for Pokemons. Of course, the most logical one to be, you know, the punching bag would be literally a Pokemon based on a punching bag. Then we could be having different colors for Wobbuffet though. Because, you know, punching bags, they do be coming quite a good amount of colors, I would like to say. Would like light blue and pink would they be my first picks? No, but they are pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Yeah, I think after this point I will not be starting a new phase. We hit in the 30 of the last 100. We did indeed. Oh, Swirlix, hello. They finally decide to be ending in there. Nice. Very nice indeed. Stay in the sweet time for the Swirlix Spritzy to be showing up. I mean, it was taking a while for the Swirlix as well, but then again, I was kind of in the spot that it would be spawning in, so, you know, I can be covering the spot that it would like to spawn in. And then it doesn't really want to spawn it in, you know. Wants to give me Stuffles. I hope that I would be still able to... let's see... not that. If I'll be able to say 3... or I guess 2 before the last one for Farfetch'd would be nice. Be getting rid of that dude's PowerPoints, indeed. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we did have that great luck today with Farfetch'd, even though they have been like... they have been there. It's just unfortunately not that lucky. But still, you know, a decent amount. I mean, it is always a positive thing that you at least see the target if you're like me and going for more than just that, you know. It is indeed. One thing that is interesting to think about that of Glimwood is that from the town, like that, or the place that is like located after Glimwood, you know, it has a fairy gem. It doesn't have too many fairy types there. It has Pokemons that turn into fairy types. Like quite a bit of them, but or like 2 more. It's more psychic types, but of course, like psychic and fairy are usually going quite hand in hand with situations. It is indeed like that. Maybe liking to go quite hand in hand indeed. Oh, almost encountered you there, buddy. Nice. Oh, hello there, Farfetch'd. Was asking for you, so thank you for showing up. Thank you very much for showing up indeed. Now we might be indeed next time having the situation that I might be needing to heal. Or I might be, since I will be doing DAs tomorrow anyways, I might be after that be healing everyone anyways. That is quite a good chance because like I indeed need to anyways be teleporting to the nearby town because I don't have a faster point in here, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it do be like that. Oh, hello, Catch. I know it's 7 PM and you want the rest of your food or attention. Same thing. Or it's not 7 PM yet, but it's soon. I know. You're very, very hungry. As you always are. And switch into the only one that has any moves left. Which is you. There we go. I quite like how you glow in this light. The blue glows quite nicely. Also, I will say though that even though I don't necessarily want to see Shiinotic in Scarlet and Violet, but I also kind of do. My reasoning is because you'd be glowing quite nicely. It's a cool Pokemon and everything, but it's one of those Pokemons that have been there for, like, in recent generations quite a bit, you know. It's definitely been getting the attention. Obviously, critical hits. Yeah, it's not a bad Pokemon. It's quite a cool dude. I mean, I will say that I like most of the mushroom Pokemon anyways. Probably one of the only ones that I don't really like are the Paris and Parasect. Thanks to Legends Arceus being very mean with them there. They weren't the nicest thing ever in that game indeed. Oh, that's another 8 in a row. 8 seems to be the maximum right now that I can do in a row. And thankfully right now I don't even need to worry if I accidentally will be running into a Baba Fetch. I can run away from it. I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost indeed, I can run away from anything. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's interesting that you're one of the only Pokemons that don't do the little dance when I enter in battle. I mean, I know that you're usually the one that I use the least because I want you to be having moves because you're the one that I will be going into. If worst comes to worst, aka there's a Wobbuffet that I want to encounter. You know, the worst case scenario. And I guess I've been leading with other Pokemons in the DLC, so you know they are getting extra friendship boost from that. And also you're my highest level Pokemon, so you're not gonna be getting too many levels that quickly. It could be that as well, you know. There's so many things that do be taken into the calculations of the friendship in this game. They do be. I would like to say that the next time that I will be hunting for the Farfetch'd, it is quite likely that we can hit 3k. It is quite likely indeed. It will be like, you know, 300 away. If I will be able to get to 2300 indeed. So you know, there's quite a good chance. And then maybe it would be... It probably will be the case that probably the next time after that I would be able to hit the odds. At least based on the phase that it's going on right now. I mean, I technically only need to do, if I can count correctly, like 600 at a time. But, you know, we shall see indeed. You never know how many you can get done in a day before you do them. Surprise, surprise indeed. On that. Vivillon didn't bring us any luck, I see. Or Vivillon, however it's supposed to be pronounced. Why I said Vivillon, I don't know why. I think that it's incorrect though. Then again, do I care too much? Not really. Not really, indeed. There's so many things in this world that I do be pronouncing incorrectly anyways. It's not the end of the world. It is not indeed. No. I am controlling both of the games. Well, I have two Joy-Cons, and on Sword and Shield at least you only need one part of the Joy-Con. If you... Especially it's easy for me because I just map the right Joy-Cons, the joystick to be left stick, so I can move in the world. Yeah, I don't even, even though I'm not interested in that, I don't even own like a turbo controller that I could be doing it automatically anyways. And with random encounters it's a little harder to do than, you know, with like soft resets or like fossil revivals as people like to use them for. I mean, I know there is a bunch of people that do 4-time switch hunting, and they usually use like the same controller to control all the games. And that's quite cool to see. It isn't as popular, I don't think, anymore. It was quite popular when PDSB was, you know, it was released. Because, you know, people were hunting the starters or the legendaries. Yeah, it would be nice if they would be changing some shinies for sure. But it's quite unlikely. Because the Combusken's shiny change, like, it was quite a shocker. An interesting Pokemon that I'm talking about before. Specifically Gombuskin, not even Blaziken. Just Gombuskin. And it wasn't even the case, in my opinion at least, that Gombuskin Shiny was bad per se. Surely it wasn't the best, but you know, it definitely wasn't the worst either. Yeah, you can always wish. You can always wish indeed. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I think the problem is like giving every Pokemon a personality in battles is that they have too many Pokemons, even though you can catch every Pokemon in every game anymore. But it's still like you need to be considering like what Pokemons you want to be able to be transferred to the game and such. Stuff along those lines as well, yeah. It's interesting. I mean, they might be doing it, but yeah, I wouldn't be betting on it myself. That they would be doing it, but it is a possibility. I mean, most people think that if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I will say that since I have programmed myself that I will completely agree with it. That if it's working, why break it? Also first boosted Farfetch today. Nice. The one that should be the most common one. Only now showing the first one. You counted twice, nice. But yeah, it is what it is though. Soon I gotta look for a Farfetch so I can get the last encounter each. I can smell cat food. I'm not surprised because she did get last of her food. I can smell it. And cat food. I mean, any kind of animal food, it always smells so good. But then again, why spend money on that, honestly? Why spend money on that? It would be nice, but I think that they are gonna be keeping the shiny locked legendaries because they have done that since Black and White, if I remember correctly. So, like, I honestly won't be too surprised if they would be keeping that on. It would be nice if they wouldn't, but then again, I don't think so. That they would be not locking them. As I said, they have been doing it for so long already, like, it'd be strange to change it. Yes, they want to give it away. They want to give the legendaries away in an event or something like that. Yeah, I understand it, but they just don't want to do it too much anymore. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see how long it's gonna be taking to look for a Farfetch'd. It's the same Pokemon's there again. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Of course I will be getting a lot of the wrong 5%. You know, luck is that way. Where's the other 5% in here, excuse me? What's going on, game? Could you please give me the Farfetch so I could try to get the last few encounters in? It shouldn't be this hard to give each. You have been giving me so many Drifloons. Yeah, I get that as well, but it seems like it's the direction that they want to be going for. And, you know, nothing that we can really do about it. It's not like we haven't had starters like that don't like look humanoid for quite some time. It has been indeed for quite some time that we have been having starters to be looking humanoid. Yeah. I mean, Delphox does look quite humanoid if you ask me. Last encounters. Regular little dudes. That's 700 today, not too bad. Not too bad at all. I like the progress. Indeed. But yeah. It's indeed gonna be it for today. Tomorrow will be some Dynamax adventures, then... But yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and get enough rest as well. But yeah. Thank you still being here and watching, of course. But yeah. Until tomorrow. Bye.